Forum will come to order. I want to welcome everyone here today. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. The first order of business is to welcome our newest member to the House Oversight Committee, Representative Walkinshaw of Virginia, to the committee. Congressman Walkinshaw has recently joined the House, taking the seat of our dear friend, the former ranking member, Jerry Conley. Congressman Walkinshaw served Mr. Conley as his chief of staff for 10 years from 2009 to 2019. He then continued his public service as a member of the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, which he served on from 2020 to 2025. Jerry Conley will always be remembered fondly by both sides of the aisle for his service, and I welcome Congressman Walkinshaw as he follows those footsteps. Welcome, sir. I now recognize Ranking Member Garcia for brief remarks on Walkinshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also, of course, want to welcome our new congressman and, of course, our new representative here on Oversight Democrats, but also just for the people of Virginia. This is someone, of course, that has got great experience in the Congress, so having served as the chief of staff, of course, to the late Jerry Conley, and we welcome him to Oversight and are excited about his work. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next order of business is ratifying the new subcommittee roster. The clerks have distributed the roster electronically. I ask unanimous consent that the committee approve the appointments and assignments as shown on the roster. Without objection, the subcommittee roster is approved. I would also like to congratulate Mayor Bowser and the D.C. Council on yesterday's passage of the RFK Stadium deal to bring the Washington Commanders back home to Washington, D.C. Congratulations. That's a big deal. This historic private investment will bring crucial jobs and opportunities to the district. I look forward to working with the district on other issues moving forward, including the critical crime crisis we are discussing here today. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. It's been 1 week since the conclusion of President Trump's historic crackdown on crime in our nation's capital, and the results are in. Since President Trump mobilized the National Guard and took control of the Metropolitan Police Department, violent crime has decreased 39%, robberies are down 57%, and carjackings are down 75%. Over 2,300 people have been arrested. Nearly 950 illegal aliens have been detained by ICE, including 20 gang members from violent terrorist organizations. Sex offenders have been taken off the streets. Major drug trafficking operations have been foiled. Authorities thwarted a planned school shooting, cleared 50 illegal tent encampments, and rescued 7 missing children. President Trump's operation was a resounding success and a shining example of how smart on crime policies can keep the residents of and visitors to our nation's capital safe. Prior to President Trump's crackdown on crime, Washington, D.C. was suffering from soaring crime rates as high as the violent 1990s. According to 2024 data, Washington, D.C. has the second highest homicide rate, behind only to Detroit among U.S. cities with under 1 million people. That rate is also higher than many capital cities across the globe. These high crime rates are largely driven by historically high rates of juvenile crime, which were enabled by ultra-progressive, soft on crime policies enacted by the D.C. Council and supported by the D.C. Attorney General. In 2018, the D.C. Council amended the Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act of 1985, allowing for adults 24 years of age and under to be prosecuted as juveniles for many, even violent crimes, leading to more lenient sentences. The D.C. Council also passed laws in recent years that lowered statutory penalties for violent crimes, eliminated mandatory minimum sentences for all crimes except first-degree murder, and eliminated life sentences entirely. The D.C. Council recently passed laws that greatly hamper the ability of the Metropolitan Police to pursue and apprehend criminals. Officers cannot execute their duties as effectively, leaving morale, retention, and recruitment numbers at historic lows for the Metro Police Department. These actions send every signal to criminals, especially juveniles, that they can commit crimes in the district without accountability. D.C. residents overwhelmingly agree that juveniles who commit violent crimes should face sentences that are proportional to their crimes. Yet the D.C. Attorney General has far too often declined to prosecute juveniles who commit these crimes justifying his dangerous decisions by saying, quote, "We cannot prosecute our way out of this," end quote. And that quote, "Kids are kids," end quote. Recently, when asked about out-of-control juvenile crime in D.C. and the Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act, the D.C. Attorney General said, and I quote again, "Our laws are working and the prosecution is working," end quote. Victims of violent crimes and their families might disagree with that assessment. Congressional intern Eric Tarpinian-Jackum was viciously murdered in June while he was simply walking down the street, an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Two 17-year-olds were finally arrested just the other week for killing Eric, while a third suspect, an 18-year-old, is still at large. The U.S. Attorney for D.C. revealed that all three of these vicious murderers have prior violent juvenile records. Had they been accountable, Eric's murder might have been prevented. Members of Congress and staff have been assaulted, carjacked, and have witnessed violent and traumatic criminal acts. One member of Congress was assaulted in her residence. Another was carjacked at gunpoint. Congressional staff have been victims of armed robbery and carjackings, threatened at knife point, assaulted at gunpoint while walking home, and stabbed in the head while leaving dinner. One of my former professional staff members for the Oversight Committee personally witnessed not one but two separate murders in the district during his tenure with us, one at a Navy Yard restaurant in 2022 and another at a metro station on his way into the office in 2023. The left-wing politicians who say that D.C. does not have a crime problem are either delusional or simply lying to the American people. This body must ensure that the progress made by the president's recent actions endures. That's why last week, this committee passed 14 vital pieces of legislation to restore public safety to the residents and visitors of D.C. While we urge final passage of these bills, the committee also recognizes that the witnesses before us need to do their part to help ensure D.C. residents and visitors are safe. I look very forward to hearing from each of our witnesses as to how they plan to work with Congress and the Trump administration to do so. I now yield to the ranking member for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Of course, Mayor Bowser, Mr. Chairman, Mr. AG, Mr. Jackson, thank you all for being here today, and of course, most importantly, for your service to Washington, D.C. and to the country. And I want to start just by setting the record straight. Washington, D.C. is a great American city of over 700,000 residents. D.C. has more residents than we know than 2 states. D.C. as a whole contributes more federal taxes than 12 states. And it pays more in federal income tax than 19 other states. More than 8,000 Washington, D.C. residents serve in our military, and we thank them for their service. But these servicemen and women also do not have full democratic representation. They deserve the right and the ability to govern themselves. Now, we also know that crime in D.C. has fallen for the last 2 years, and we all here support public safety. We all want cops to patrol our streets. We all want communities to feel safe. And we also know that flooding the city with troops is not sustainable. So look, and I've said this many times, President Trump is obsessed with trying to run Washington, D.C. And if President Trump wants to run Washington, D.C., he should resign as president and run for mayor. Now, I was the mayor of Long Beach, my hometown, before I came to Congress for 8 years. I love local government. We should, of course, all of us spend our time working with local elected officials. And Congress should not be undermining the elected representatives and the people of Washington, D.C. And if the majority today wants to talk about crime in D.C., in the district, we're happy to talk about crime in D.C. We know that some of the worst crime and corruption in D.C. is actually found at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. President Trump is profiting from his office more than anyone in history. Through his crypto grifts, he has profited $1.2 billion. He's denied the rights of American citizens and deported people illegally without due process. He has broken the law to deploy soldiers on the streets of Los Angeles. He's abused his power and canceled federal spending and intimidated Americans who disagree with him, whether you're a scientist, an elected official, or a late-night talk show host. And he's trying to illegally grab control of the Federal Reserve. He's illegally imposed tariffs. He's ripping away health care from 17 million Americans. All the while, he pretends to be tough on crime. And we know that in his first days in office, Donald Trump pardoned hundreds of his followers who beat, tased, and attacked brave D.C. and U.S. Capitol Police. And right now, since we're talking about crime and corruption in D.C., as we speak, Trump is leading a White House cover-up of the Epstein files. Now, just yesterday, Trump's FBI director falsely claimed that he could not release the files, which we know is false. And let's review the facts. Epstein told the reporter that Trump was his closest friend for 10 years. One survivor also said that Epstein's biggest brag was he was very good friends with Donald Trump. In fact, there was an 8x10 picture framed of Trump on his desk. We know the two are very close. Just last week, our committee released the birthday note that Trump personally wrote to Epstein. It's right here. The note said, by the way, and I'll read it, "May every day be another wonderful secret." That's a disgusting message to send to a sex trafficker. Now, the cover-up of this note might be just as bad as the crime, since we're talking about crime in Washington, D.C. today. Trump filed a $10 billion lawsuit to punish the Wall Street Journal for reporting on the birthday book, which he claimed didn't exist. Now, of course, we've verified that to the world. Now, experts have looked at this. Of course, this is Donald Trump's signature. It certainly looks like the signature to me. At the same time, his administration is cutting deals with a criminal, Ghislaine Maxwell. We know who she is exactly. She's a monster who participated in crimes against up to over possibly 1,000 women. Now, Trump and our Attorney General have not turned over the full Epstein files to our committee, despite a bipartisan subpoena signed by our chairman and this committee. If we want to get tough on crime, if we want to talk about crime in D.C., we need to stand up to where the crime and corruption is happening, and that is at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and hold Donald Trump accountable for his record and his actions. It's time for the House majority and Republicans to stand up for the Constitution and take on the biggest crime happening in this country. It's time to release the Epstein files. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Our witnesses today include 3 current District of Columbia government officials and 1 former official from the Biden administration. First of all, we're very honored to have Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser here. Mayor Bowser was sworn into office on January 2nd, 2015, and began her 3rd term on January 2nd, 2023. Welcome, Mayor Bowser. Next, we have Phil Mendelson, Chairman, Council of the District of Columbia. He was sworn into office as chair on June 13th, 2012. His 5th term as chair began on January 2nd, 2023. Mr. Mendelson has been a member of the D.C. Council since 1999. Welcome. Next, we have Brian Schwalb, Attorney General of the District of Columbia. He was sworn into office on January 2nd, 2023. Welcome, sir. And finally, we have Gregory Jackson. Mr. Jackson served as the Deputy Director of the White House of Gun Violence and Prevention and Special Assistant to the President during the Biden administration. Again, thank you all for joining us. I look forward to this discussion today. I'll say again, the purpose of this hearing is to try to determine solutions to the crime crisis in Washington, D.C., and how we can work together to make sure that the district is safe for all the residents and all the visitors who come here on a daily basis from all over the world. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise the right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative, and thank you all. You may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now ask Mayor Bowser to begin the opening statement segment of this hearing. And Mayor Bowser, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Garcia, and members of the committee. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm Mayor of Washington, D.C., and I'm joined by the Chairman of the D.C. Council, Phil Mendelson, and the Attorney General for the District, Brian Schwalb. I'm pleased to be here today to report on the state of the district. First, a bit of a primer about my hometown. As you know, in 1973, Congress passed the District of Columbia Home Rule Act, creating a local government with an elected mayor and elected city council. We are represented in this body by a mighty warrior, Eleanor Holmes Norton, but she does not have a vote, and we have no representation in the Senate. D.C. residents are full-blooded, tax-paying Americans. We are a donor state. We give more to the federal government than we get back. We have all the responsibilities of citizenship, but not the most important benefits: representation and full autonomy. I'm proud to report that the state of the district is strong, and while we face macroeconomic headwinds, with our continued sound financial management and your help, our economic growth outlook can improve. I recently sent to the Council our 30th consecutive balanced budget with no new taxes or fees, a budget that reflects the sober reality of our time: declining revenues due to the unfortunate continuation of remote work, the reduction and relocation of D.C.-based federal workers, and other macroeconomic shifts. In 2024, we had the fastest growing population in the nations. Our schools grew in enrollment and achievement. Our parks system was rated #1. Over 27 million people visited our city, besting our previous record. Our metro system rebounded faster than other transit systems in the nation, and we drove down violent crime by 35%. Let me say something about our public safety ecosystem. It is unique. Like what happened in most jurisdictions across the country post-COVID, we experienced a violent crime spike in 2023. When I was last here, I explained how we would drive down those trends, and it is working. Today, compared to 2023, burglaries are down 34%, theft, motor vehicle theft, 37%, homicide down 44%, robberies down 60%, and carjackings are down 71%. Overall, violent crime is down 53% compared to 2023. And in the recent federal surge, we accelerated those gains, including a 1-month reduction in carjackings of 75%. In my last visit, I also explained the peculiarities of our system. We are very proud of the men and women of MPD who commit their lives to protecting the nation's capital, and they have my commitment to get back up to 4,000 officers with critical changes to our policy environment, a 13% raise, and enhanced recruitment efforts. MPD makes arrests. Most adult cases, however, are prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney for D.C., who is part of the United States Department of Justice. Our youth offenders are prosecuted locally by our Attorney General, and our Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services, a local agency, is responsible for their commitment. But our youth and adult offenders are supervised by federal agencies. D.C. Jail is local, but most of our residents who are committed to detention are in federal facilities across the nation. Our judges are appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. We currently have 13 vacancies. As I've told you, we are putting every resource necessary towards public safety. I've authorized the chief to use the overtime necessary to make sure we have adequate police on the streets. We spent 1.8 million hours of overtime last year at a cost to us of $75 million. I've also reported to you previously that we engage regularly with regional and federal partnerships, including the United States Attorney, the FBI, and the ATF. And that's why we will continue to use enhanced federal resources as outlined in my mayor's order, creating the D.C. Safe and Beautiful Emergency task force. In 2023 and in the years since, we pushed for legislation to rebalance our public safety ecosystem, including the Secure DC Omnibus. I'm out of time now, Mr. Chairman, but throughout the questions, I hope to also explain to you other ways that the Congress can be helpful, including helping us get back to 4,000 officers, fully funding the President's, when it comes, requests for beautification and safety efforts in D.C. to support America 250, helping with our homeless services, especially bridge housing that is working to get people off the streets. And finally, as we were able to do, Mr. Chairman, with the RFK legislation, their finance and economic resilience opportunities, like creating an opportunity zone, or D.C.'s Act 60, like Puerto Rico's, to ensure the economic resilience of the nation's capital.
Thank you. Very good. I now recognize Chairman Mendelson for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Garcia, Congresswoman Norton, members of the committee. I'm Chairman of the Council of the District of Columbia. Our form of government is nearly identical to yours. The Council's relationship to the mayor is the same as yours to the President. I'm pleased to testify and to finally present our views on matters that are clearly of concern to the committee. We are a beautiful city. Our public parks are well maintained. Our roads are in good condition. We have a world-class public transit system. Our public education system is a leader in the country in terms of choice and a leader among large city systems in terms of growth and academic achievement. Political rhetoric notwithstanding, criminal activity has been on the decline, with violent crime dipping to a 30-year low last year and even lower this year. The percentage of our citizens with health insurance is one of the highest in the country. Public lands, public transit, public education, public safety, public health, core functions of government, and we are doing well. And we are well managed. We adopt a balanced budget on time every year. We spend within our budget every year. We've had clean audits every year. We continue to maintain strong cash reserves. All of our pension programs are fully funded. And we continue to maintain AAA and AA plus financial ratings, despite Wall Street's expressed concern over the negative economic impact of federal actions. Despite these pluses, we are a city under siege. It is frustrating to watch this committee debate and vote on 14 bills regarding the district without a single public hearing, with no input from district officials or the public, without regard for community impact, nor a shred of analysis including legal sufficiency or fiscal impact. Bills like H.R. 5183, the District of Columbia Home Rule Improvement Act, make the district less efficient, less competitive, and less responsive to the needs of a highly complex, unique local government that serves local, county, and state functions. The SOAR Improvements Act would actually hurt 50,000 school kids in the district by defunding the D.C. public school system by approximately $17.5 million. It also would void a long-standing compromise agreed to by Congress with district officials. H.R. 5140, the Juvenile Sentencing Reform Act, is actually criminogenic. Data suggests that juveniles tried as adults are not scared straight, but rather are more likely to reoffend sooner and more often than those treated in the juvenile system. Moreover, you criticize the council for being soft on crime, but the current age thresholds this bill repudiates were enacted by Congress. Over the last several years, the council has taken steps to strengthen our criminal laws, and I will note that we have been able to pass these bills while Congress has not. For instance, we have strengthened the probability of pretrial detention. Even before we did that, the rearrest rate for individuals released pretrial was among the lowest in the country. We have strengthened, by clarifying and imposing new penalties, the criminal laws including shoplifting, carjacking, strangulation, and felony endangerment with a firearm. We have reinstated police resource officers in our schools, and we have taken a number of steps to support our police, including approving just yesterday a 13% pay raise for police officers and approving hiring incentives to increase the ranks of our police force. And we're about to adopt a deferred retirement option program to make service more attractive and to incentivize officers to stay longer. Instead of blaming the council, there are tangible actions we need from you because our public safety system is part federal. For instance, the greatest deterrents to crime are arrest and prosecute, but the U.S. Attorney prosecutes our criminals. And the best way to reduce recidivism is prison programming. But the U.S. Bureau of Prisons is responsible for this. And to further reduce rearrests for ex-offenders and pretrial suspects, we need two federal agencies, CSOSA and Pretrial Services, better resourced. If Congress really wants to further reduce crime in the District of Columbia, here's what you can do. Fill USAO vacancies. Double the funding we already provide for MPD hiring bonuses. Adequately fund CSOSA and the Pretrial Services Agency. Fully reimburse MPD for protecting the federal presence. The underfunding by Congress over the last 4 fiscal years totals $83 million. Submit and confirm our judicial nominees. Our courts have a 20% vacancy rate in judges, backlogging the criminal docket. Amend the Federal Privacy Act so that more data can be shared between federal and local law enforcement agencies. Allow our local attorney general to prosecute all misdemeanors because the United States attorney usually does not. And help us pay for a new jail, which houses federal prisoners, just as Congress helped pay for a new forensic lab 15 years ago. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I appreciate the committee's attention, and I also want to welcome Congressman Garcia as the new ranking member.
Thank you. Now recognize General Schwab for his opening statement.
Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Garcia, Congresswoman Norton, members of the committee, I'm Brian Schwalb, D.C. Attorney General, and I'm pleased to testify about the work my office is doing to advance the district's interests and to make Washington, D.C. safer and more affordable for everyone. I'm a third-generation Washingtonian. My wife and I raised our 3 daughters here. I love this city. Just like your home districts, D.C. is made up of vibrant neighborhoods, hardworking, talented people who are the backbone of our culture and our economy. We are small business owners, veterans, teachers, nurses, and police officers, committed civil servants. We are Americans who deserve the same freedom to govern ourselves as your constituents enjoy. But unlike your constituents who benefit from having you here to advance their interests, the more than 700,000 residents who call D.C. home have no vote in Congress. We do, however, have elected local leaders, including an elected Attorney General. As Attorney General, I am committed to ensuring Washingtonians have a first-rate public law office, enforcing their laws, protecting their taxpayer dollars, and advancing the public interest. My office handles thousands of matters across an array of issues, from enforcing child support orders and protecting domestic violence victims to holding companies accountable for fueling the opioid crisis. We protect seniors and consumers from scams. We go after slumlords. We defend district agencies, including our police department, securing and saving hundreds of millions of dollars every year. Nothing is more important to the work we do than making the district safer for everyone who lives here, works here, and visits here. As you've heard, D.C.'s criminal justice system is unique, and its structure is often a source of confusion. Unlike anywhere else in the country, the responsibility for prosecuting local crime in the district is divided between the federal government, the United States Attorney's Office, which handles all adult felonies and most adult misdemeanors, and my office, which prosecutes juvenile delinquency cases and certain adult misdemeanors. Because the vast majority of crime in the District of Columbia is committed by adults, not juveniles, it is the U.S. Attorney's Office that handles the vast majority of prosecution. Despite our limited jurisdiction, we take our responsibility over juvenile prosecution seriously. Our attorneys aggressively prosecute violent juvenile offenses whenever there is sufficient evidence to meet the burden of proof. Kids must face consequences, swift and certain consequences when they break the law. And our prosecutors work every day to hold them accountable and ensure victims receive justice. Last year, we prosecuted 84% of all violent juvenile cases, including over 90% of homicides and attempted homicides, 87% of carjackings, and 86% of gun cases. Crime rates last year reached 30-year lows and have continued to decline this year. But there is more work to be done. We must continue to pursue a comprehensive public safety strategy. Effective policing and prosecution are critical, so too are preventive efforts designed to stop crime before it happens. Keeping people safe is not a choice between law enforcement or prevention. We must do both. As the nation's capital, public safety in the district has always required a strong working partnership with federal law enforcement, regardless of who is in the White House. We have worked and will continue to work closely with our federal law enforcement partners every day. But declarations of emergency and unilateral federal actions taken without coordination or advance warning do not promote long-term public safety. Sending masked agents in unmarked cars to pick people off the streets, flooding our neighborhoods with National Guardsmen who are untrained in local policing, attempting a federal takeover of our police force, none of these are durable, long-lasting solutions for driving crime down. In fact, they threaten to destroy critical trust between local communities and the police, trust which is essential to effective, efficient policing and prosecution. There are constructive ways the federal government can work with us to continue driving crime down. For example, Congress can help combat the flood of illegal guns pouring into our city. 95% of illegal guns that end up on our streets come from outside the district. We also need help filling longstanding judicial vacancies, confirming our highly qualified nominees. The vacancy crisis has led to severe case backlogs, with felony cases being scheduled into 2027, resulting in delayed justice for crime victims and the community. Finally, Congress could help by investing desperately needed services in facilities like a psychiatric residential treatment facility for youth with serious mental and behavioral health issues that often contribute to crime. All of us, DC's elected officials, members of Congress, we have a shared goal of continuing to make durable improvements to public safety in the District of Columbia. I and my office are ready to have serious discussions on how best to do that with anybody who is willing in good faith and in a spirit of partnership to have them with us. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, General. Now I'll recognize Mr. Jackson for his opening statement.
All right, thank you, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Garcia, Congresswoman Norton, and the committee for having me. I'm Greg Jackson, a D.C. resident, a survivor of gun violence, and the former Deputy Director for the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. This was an office that coordinated federal resources, implemented life-saving policies, and coordinated with local leaders to achieve a 13.2% reduction in violent crime and a 31% reduction in homicides nationwide in just 2 years. I spent the last decade of my life working to address this crisis, from consoling a mother who lost her 10-year-old who was buying ice cream in D.C. to walking the hallways in Parkland with families that have lost their loved ones to school shootings. And we've seen firsthand how this is destroying too many families in our country. This is now the leading cause of death for youth in America, the leading cause of death for pregnant women in America, and now the leading cause of newly disabled Americans. With 1 in 5 Americans being impacted by this violence, this is also personal for me. I'm a survivor of gun violence. I was shot, the bullet hit 2 arteries. I've also lost my teenage mentee, DeMarcos, from a shooting. And I've also sat with families throughout this district. Despite this crisis we face, the last few years have shown us that we do have solutions that work. In the previous 2 years, D.C. and cities across the country have seen historic reductions in gun violence without the deployment of masked agents or the military. We did this by investing in prevention and intervention efforts to communities at risk and strategically investing in law enforcement to keep illegal guns off of our streets and to close homicides. Recently, even the current FBI director, Kash Patel, celebrated historic levels or historic reductions in violent crime. But we know that's not the product of a few months of troops or FBI actions. They are the result of billions in prevention resources, law enforcement, and community leaders risking their lives every day, as well as the transformative policies implemented over the last few years. Without masked agents and troop deployments, we've seen homicides drop 54% in Baltimore, 20% in Atlanta, 41% in Phoenix, 27% in Los Angeles, and as shared by district leadership, violent crime in D.C. is down by 53%. We got here in major part because Republicans and Democrats came together to enact a bipartisan law that provided historic resources for violence prevention, law enforcement strategies, as well as enhanced our background check system for those under 21, preventing domestic abusers from accessing guns, making the largest investment in youth mental health in history, as well as community violence intervention, and making gun trafficking a federal crime, prosecuting those who are flooding guns into our communities. These strategies, in partnership with local leaders, reduced homicides again by 31% and mass shootings by 20% in our country. As our communities have been fighting our way out of this crisis, we find ourselves at a dangerous crossroad. Instead of adding more federal resources to solutions that work, the Trump administration has dismantled and defunded bipartisan strategies passed into law to reduce violence. They shut down the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. They defunded law enforcement, including the ATF. They cut over $1 billion in mental health resources for our schools, terminated $812 million in funding for community violence intervention programs, defunded gun violence research, shut down the CDC Firearm Injury Center, dismantled important regulations like the zero tolerance policy for gun dealers, and now plans to further defund critical resources to address the root causes of violence like housing, employment, and health care. And here in D.C., the administration and Congress's actions have been extremely harmful, withholding over $1 billion of D.C. local tax dollars, undermining our leadership, and flooding our neighborhoods with military to instill fear in everyday Americans. Look, I live in Ward 8, a community that the White House has called a slum. But for us, this is a neighborhood where we walk our dogs, we listen to jazz on Sundays, we grill out during the summers, and most importantly, like any neighborhood, we support each other. But since this D.C. Trump takeover, we hear sirens nightly. We've seen buildings raided daily, like the building of young Mackay, who's sitting behind me. We've seen elderly harassed on their porch, and now even traffic jams from the flood of police and military on our streets. This deployment of federal troops that's essentially making us feel hostage in our own homes is not the federal support we need. And most importantly, it's costly, costing our country an estimated $200 million for one city alone. To be tough on crime, we need a different approach. We need a federal law enforcement that focuses on keeping guns out of our communities in the first place. We need to be tough on crime by fully funding the ATF to catch gun traffickers, to shut down rogue gun dealers, to disrupt dangerous black markets of firearms. To be tough on crime, we need to protect and fund the bipartisan Safer Communities Act that was passed and is working. To be tough on crime, we must hold the billionaires accountable that have put weapons from the battlefield into our backyards. And to be tough on crime, we must fund resources for communities that are most at risk to prevent violence before it happens. We have real solutions to save lives from gun violence and reduce violent crime, and now is the time to protect that progress and continue to build on that momentum. Thank you. And Chairman, if you will, I do want to request, we had a really terrible tragedy last night where 5 officers were shot and 3 were lost, and I would kindly like to request we honor them with a moment of silence, if you will.
Absolutely. Join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your statement, Mr. Jackson. That concludes our opening statements. We're now going to proceed with questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Dr. Gosar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mayor Bowser. I often say that trust is a series of promises kept, and it's been made clear that Congress can't trust the swamp to enforce the rule of law. Last week, this committee passed my bill, the District of Columbia's Home Rule Improvement Act, to ensure our nation's capital is safe, stable, and governed responsibly. Congressional oversight is vital to rehabilitate the District of Columbia from its chronic crime epidemic and restore law and order. Failed leadership, soft on crime policies, rampant corruption has left D.C. more dangerous than war-torn Baghdad. This committee's investigation reveals Metro PD falsified crime statistics, while the Attorney General's office seals the juvenile criminals records to protect those so-called minors. But let's be honest, they aren't kids. These are 24-year-old criminals. By allowing adults to be tried as minors, Washington, D.C. is aiding and abetting criminal activity that threatens the lives of residents, visitors, and everyone who works in our nation's capital. Washington, D.C. must earn back the trust of President Trump and Congress, but it does not happen just by blatantly manipulating crime statistics seeking politically motivated litigation, and spending irresponsibly. Mayor Bowser, I must tell you, I've never felt safer in D.C. There's a record low crime rate, an increase in gang-related arrests, and friendly National Guardsmen patrolling the streets. Why is D.C. safer now than it was 38 days ago?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. And as I explained when we were here 2 years ago, it is true that we experienced, like many places, a spike in 2023. I can say unequivocally, this is not 2023. In each of the past 2 years, we have driven down crime. In 2023, we finished the year 35% down. Last year, we finished the year, I believe, 24% down. And all throughout this year, we were driving down to more than a 20% decrease in violent crime. I have also testified that during the surge, we experienced many hundreds of federal officers and agencies that we typically work with, and we did experience further decreases in all categories. The most substantial was in carjackings.
Gotcha. Now, Chairman Mendelson, you voted in favor of the Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act of 2013, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if this bill allows adults under 25 years old to be prosecuted as minors. In 2023, you testified before this committee that there was no crime crisis in D.C. Now, if there's no crime crisis, then why did you establish the D.C. Violence Fatality Review Committee back in 2018, right before passing the Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act? In fact, hold on, I'm not done yet.
Sure.
In fact, this review committee, according to the D.C. Code, Chapter 14A, is tasked with examining crimes against adults 19 years old and older. This makes no sense. So, Chairman, are 19-year-olds only considered adults when they're victims, not the criminals creating them and creating more and more violent crimes? Your juvenile curfew emergency declaration resolution of 2025 states, since 2023, the district has seen a rise in unruly behavior by juveniles. Which is it? Yes or no? Do you admit that there has been a rise in juvenile crime here in D.C. under President Trump's declared public safety emergency?
That there's been a increase in juvenile crime in the last month? I've not seen the data. I don't think so, though.
Okay.
But let me just say that the Youth Rehabilitation Act doesn't allow adults to be prosecuted as minors. They're still prosecuted as adults.
Well, I mean, it's very confusing when you have the definition of a minor is 25 and under. And then your statistics actually, you look at victims at 19 years and younger. So it has to be statistically you can make anything work with statistics.
Well,
so it's got to be one way or the other.
As you know, each law sometimes has its own definition. So for purposes of YRA sentencing, we define younger adults under 24, but that's not the same as they're being prosecuted as juveniles. Our criminal code is quite clear that anyone who's under 18 is prosecuted as a juvenile unless they are, for the most serious crimes, murder and sexual crimes, they are, by the U.S. Attorney, chosen to be prosecuted as adults.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Chair. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Garcia from California.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. I want to just also say this clearly, and I know that we all believe this. Violent crime, we know, has no place in our communities. People absolutely have a right to be concerned about crime. As a former mayor, and a lot of us have been in local government, we know that those concerns are real on the ground. Now, Democrats believe in investing in solutions that actually make people safer. Now, Mayor Bowser, Chairman Mendelson, Attorney General Schwab, now can each of you just confirm with a yes or a no that you agree with me that one, we need to make sure that we have local officers on the beat, that two, that we're investing in community partnerships and organizations on the ground, and three, that we're building trust with law enforcement. Are those things important, Mayor Bowser?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
A.G. Schwab? Yes. Thank you. Now, Mr. Jackson, is it also true that President Trump has actually destroyed and eliminated many of the programs which fight gun violence and save lives? Yes, sir. And did President Trump also not eliminate the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, of which, of course, you were very involved in leading?
Yes.
Thank you. And also, Mr. Jackson, is it not true that the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and the other work in the administration was literally focused on making this country safer?
That's correct.
Now, Mayor Bowser, as a former mayor, I know how hard, of course, you are working to keep people safe. You have said that mass ICE agents on the streets of D.C. are not helping, which I appreciate, and all of us appreciate. And of course, today we could be talking about more community policing. We could be talking about illegal guns. We could be talking about real partnerships and fully funding Washington, D.C. But we can't do that, of course, because the majority continues to ignore the crimes and corruption at 1600 Pennsylvania and the corruption of this administration. Now, we can't pull out a full map of Washington, D.C., but there are other corruption hotspots across the district. Now, let's look right next door to the White House. Here is the headquarters of the Office of Management and Budget. Just next door, OMB ordered the unlawful freezing of more than $425 billion in congressionally authorized funds. This obviates the law. It's corruption. It's a crime. This has hurt communities in D.C. and across the country. They're blocking funds for energy, education, law enforcement, and much more. Now, let's go down the map a few miles south. Here is the Department of Homeland Security, where Secretary Noam has ordered unlawful deportations and unleashed masked federal agents to harm innocent people across the country. And we have no idea, by the way, of who's following that and who's not. Who's following what rule, who is not. What we do know is that the legal rights of people and due process is being ignored. If we go up the map back to the north on Maryland Avenue, we have the Department of Education, also in D.C., more crimes and corruption. Here, the Trump administration illegally froze billions of dollars of K-12 and adult education funding. They even froze funding for mental health. And they're trying to illegally dissolve the agency in violation of the law. Again, more crimes and corruption in Washington, D.C. This would devastate children across the country, especially those with disabilities. Now, if we go back downtown, here's the Department of Commerce, where Trump and the Secretary are breaking the law by illegally imposing tariffs without congressional approval. And all is being done in violation of the law, according to the U.S. Court of Appeals. And finally, if we go across the river, another part of D.C., to the Pentagon, Secretary Hegseth is politicizing the military. He leaked classified information, putting Americans in uniform at risk, and he's illegally seized control of the National Guard and ordered soldiers to illegally engage in law enforcement activities. And so we can map D.C., we can map where crimes is happening, we can map where corruption is happening. This, of course, is all we know, just the tip of the iceberg. Now, we could list nearly every agency across the government and every federal building on a map at where crimes and corruption are happening in the district. But we will not, in this process, be silent where this crime and corruption is happening. I want to thank, again, all of our witnesses for your work to lower crime in the district and to lower the temperature across your population. I thank you all very much. With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Grothman from Wisconsin.
Thank you very much. I'll point out this idea of crime going up or down. Crime, it depends what year you take as your base year. I guess in Washington, D.C., the all-time high was in 1992, where we had 482 murders. That's just almost beyond belief. Last year we had 187. If you go back 10 years to 2014, we had 105. So you could say the murder rate almost doubled, or you could look at what we were at 220 and say it fell dramatically. But in any event, I think the number of murders in Washington, D.C. is an embarrassment. The amount of crime is an embarrassment. I guess the thing is what we're doing to solve it, and we just heard 4 experts apparently on the topic give their opinion. I sometimes, when I'm back in my district, which is not Washington, D.C., do ride-alongs with local police, local sheriffs, local police, what have you. And I ask them what the causes of crime, and almost uniformly they talk about the breakdown in the family and how families are not as strong as they once were, is how they're not fathers in the family. And I think if you look at statistics, which are hard to find on the background of people committing crimes, you frequently look at what I would describe as weak families and fatherless families. Nevertheless, 4 of you in your prepared statements and talked about what we're doing to reduce crime. Not one of you mentioned the decline of the role in the decline of the role of the father in the family over the last, it's been just getting worse over the last 60 years. I'd like to ask you, are any of you doing anything to try to keep more fathers at home and being mentors for these kids? The vast majority of murders are committed by males. Are you doing anything along the line to get the fathers back in the home?
Congressman, let me answer that by saying and I know that I focused a lot on our law enforcement efforts, but we commit to and invest in a lot of prevention efforts as well, from incredible and effective funding of our public schools to our...
Yeah, I only got 5 minutes. We
Yes,
got to address
our,
the topic. What are
yes.
we doing to get fathers in the home?
Well, sir, we take the position that we support families in whatever form they come in, and we make investments that the government is responsible for. Great schools, great health care, safe streets.
Mr. Jackson, could you want to try to answer that question? Are you doing anything?
Yes,
Talk about the importance
a major priority for funding for community violence intervention programs focus directly on mentorship with young men. In D.C., we have a program called Pathways. We work directly with those who are most at risk, and it's about everything from not just preventing violence, but how to strengthen their ability to be fathers, to be leaders, to be providers and protectors in the home.
Well, are we doing anything to make sure that a higher percentage of children born in the district are born in families in which there's a father in the home? Are we doing something to address that problem, which to me is the big problem? And again, we have these hearings on crime, and none of the witnesses seem to be addressing the root cause of the whole problem.
If I can, that $812 million that was terminated by the Trump administration cut community violence intervention programs. Many of them do precisely that. So if that's a priority, we should be funding, doubling down, and scaling out that work.
I'm not sure that's true, but any of the other guys, Mr. Schwab, are you aware of anybody doing anything to talk about the importance with Washington's youth of having a dad at home when that child is born? Is anybody addressing that problem in the city?
Every day, all day, sir, people are talking about how do we strengthen the family, how do we strengthen communities for young people, how do we make sure that young people have role models, family members, and others. Let me mention one other thing that's important from the work that my office does that doesn't make a lot of press. But one of the things we have a responsibility to do is do child support enforcement. And
No, that's not the problem. The problem
Non-custodial-
is we don't need a guy paying child support or having his wages garnished. The problem is we need a guy in the home. So what are we doing about getting the guy in the home?
We're trying to make sure in the enforcement of our child support rules that we are lowering the friction between non-custodial parents and custodial parents so that kids raised in the home have
So we're
both
not
parents
addressing the
engaged.
problem. Okay, thank you.
Well, I don't agree that we're not addressing the problem at all. We are trying to increase family stability. No government can force a couple to be together but we are, for instance, we have vigorous programs with regard to reducing teenage pregnancy.
Judge,
We are trying to reduce the
Gentleman's
cycle
time's
of poverty.
expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from 60 groups led by D.C. Vote, a letter from 150 groups led by the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, and a letter from the National Urban League and the Greater Washington Urban League.
Without objections, ordered.
District of Columbia residents have all the obligations of American citizenship, including paying federal taxes, serving on juries, and registering with Selective Service. Yet Congress denies them full self-government and voting representation in Congress. The only solution to this undemocratic treatment is to grant D.C. statehood. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from leading constitutional scholars explaining why D.C. statehood bill H.R. 51 is constitutional.
Without objection, so ordered.
The admissions clause of the Constitution gives Congress authority to admit new states. All 37 new states were admitted by Congress. The district clause of the Constitution gives Congress authority to reduce the size of the federal district, which Congress did by 30% in 1846. H.R. 51 reduces the size of the federal district from 68 square miles to 2 square miles, consisting of the White House, the Capitol, the Supreme Court, and the National Mall, and remaining under the control of Congress, under control of Congress. The new state consists of residential and commercial areas of D.C. The admissions clause does not establish any prerequisites for the admission of new states, but Congress generally has considered 3 factors: support for statehood, commitment to democracy, and resources and population. 86% of D.C. residents voted for statehood in 2016. D.C. residents have demanded democratic rights for more than 220 years. D.C. has a larger gross domestic population than 16 states and a higher per capita gross domestic product than any state. D.C. has the higher per capita personal income than any state. D.C. has a larger population than 2 states. Republicans do not like that D.C. votes for Democrats, so they deny D.C. statehood. Mayor Bowser, Chairman Mendelson, and Attorney General Schwab, my question for you is, why should D.C. be a state?
Representative Norton, across the globe, Washington, D.C. symbolizes the power and the virtue of a representative democracy, a government that is of the people, by the people, and for the people. And yet, the 700,000 of us that live here in the District of Columbia are the only residents of the capital of a democratic country that do not have a voice in our national legislature. That's wrong. That's un-American. D.C. residents are Americans too. The lack of voting representation harms the District of Columbia. We, at this moment in our country, should be expanding democracy, not constraining it.
And Congresswoman, if I can add to Attorney General Schwab's remark, because frequently people focus on our lack of representation, and that is certainly an affront to us as tax-paying Americans. What gets less focus, but has come into focus over the last several weeks, is that we lack full autonomy. So for all intents and purposes, we function like a state. I function as our jurisdiction's governor and county executive and mayor. We perform the duties that all states are asked, and we don't do anything less. But we don't have control of our National Guard, and a peculiarity of our home rule charter, a president can declare an emergency in the district. So lack of full autonomy also prevents us from using the money that we raised in taxes, like happened this year. Taxes that we raised in the district cut from our approved budget, which forced us to cut services, including the pay raises that our police officers are due, being delayed until this October.
All right, gentlelady's time has expired. Now the chair recognizes the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mendelson, is crime up or down in the last month here in D.C.?
It's down.
down significantly, right? Robberies down 42%, deadly weapon assaults down 13%, carjackings down 85%, car theft down 24%, violent crime down 25%. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Before last year, before the surge, violent crime was down 26%. After the surge, violent crime was down 27%.
Yeah, I thought you would say that before the surge that violent crime was down. But the chairman of the Fraternal Order, in fact, you said, I think you tweeted out, or you put a statement out on August 12th, violent crime in the district is at its lowest levels we've seen in 30 years.
Correct.
But the head of the Fraternal Order of Police, Mr. Pemberton, said, when our members respond to the scene of a felony offense, inevitably there will be a lieutenant or a captain that will show up on the scene and direct those members to take a report for a lesser offense. Are you guys cooking the books?
I think we're not, but I also know that there are a couple of investigations run by this
Well, you
committee.
settled a case too, didn't you? You just settled a case where someone said you were cooking the books. Is that right?
I can't speak to that case. I don't have familiarity.
Well, we know it was settled. It's been reported.
But I do know there are collateral statistics that affirm the reduction in crime.
Is Mr. Pemberton lying? Head of the FOP?
Yes.
You think he's lying? Wow. Well, let me just read from the court case that was settled. This is the transcript of Mr. Randy Griffin, who's the commander of the Metro Police Department. And he was asked the question in this deposition. He says, Lieutenant Andrew Zabowski came up with the classification of taking property without right, correct? He responded, yes. Question, so he's saying that you told him to come up with the solution for the theft problem, which is driving up crime statistics for the district, correct? He responded, yes. Sounds like you guys are cooking the books there, according to, this is under oath from the deposition from this case that was just settled with the person who brought the action, sergeant in your police department. But you're not cooking the books?
Congressman,
The question was to Mr. Mendelson.
As I said, there are two investigations. I know there's one internal in the Metropolitan Police Department. I know that there's an investigation by this committee. I think that the three of us
What's
here
taking
welcome
property
that
without right?
investigation.
What's taking property without right?
Oh, that would be theft.
Why not call it theft? Why come up with this designation? In fact, that's what he says. He's asked the question.
Congressman, I can't speak to that particular
The solution from
case.
Mr. Zabowski was to come up with this TPWR, taking property without right. What is that? Taking property without right is what again?
If you're speaking to the particular charges, I can't speak to that. And as I've said several times here, I can't speak to that particular case. I think the issue is whether there is widespread...
I'm asking a simple question. You have a classification for crime called taking property without right. What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means just what it said, if that's what the crime is.
Well, why not call it? I mean, what would a normal person call taking property without right?
Are we talking about what the criminal code and the specific
No, I'm just talking about that statement that you have that's grown 500% in the last several years, that specific category of crime. I'm just wondering, what does that exactly mean?
So if we look at collateral data such as ShotSpotter, we know that gunshots are down 29% from 23 to 24.
Taking property without right was the question. What does that mean?
I've already answered you, sir.
And what'd you say again?
I said that if you're speaking to a particular offense in our criminal code, I cannot speak to that particular offense.
Why not just call it stealing? That's what we would all... Someone comes and takes something that belongs to me, or someone comes and takes something that belongs to you, we call it stealing. Why create this new category that grows 500% that I think allows you to cook the books as the head of the FOP in your city said so?
As you know, as the chair of the Judiciary Committee, there are for many offenses a range of possible charges from misdemeanor to felony and different shades of felony. So I am not familiar with that particular offense.
Is it a good thing that, are you against having the National Guard here, or do you think that's been helpful to the citizens and the families and the people who live in the D.C. area?
We think that the D.C. National Guard is a very valuable and wonderful asset to the city. That's a little bit different than having thousands of Guard troops stationed around the city when there is not they are not trained in law enforcement, and my understanding is that many of them were looking kind of bored with what they were doing.
My time is run out. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you. I want to thank the witnesses for your willingness to come before the committee and help us with our work. Mayor Bowser, back in March, the Republican leadership here in the House cut $1.1 billion from the D.C. budget.
Yes,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
So I live in Boston. We have about 700,000 people in our city, pretty much the same size as D.C. I know taking $1 billion out of our budget would kill us, in terms of our ability to deliver services and fund a police department. Can you talk about what that meant? It is ironic. It is ironic that the same people who cut $1.1 billion out of your budget 4 months later are saying, we're going to take over the city because you're not taking care of law enforcement.
That's correct, Congressman. And it was especially problematic because it came mid-year. To cut $1 billion with 12 months is bad enough, but to cut it with 6 months, it's almost impossible.
And Mayor, tell me where that $1.1 billion, where did it come from?
It came from every one of our sectors. And when you have to cut that much money...
the source, was that from D.C. taxpayers?
100% local dollars.
Okay, so they cut $1.1 billion of the tax money paid by D.C. residents.
That's correct.
They cut that from your budget so that you can't provide as much law enforcement and police officers to patrol these streets. Is that right?
That's right.
And Chairman Mendelson, you mentioned earlier that it had about $83 million underfunding of the police department directly. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's an emergency planning and security fund that Congress appropriates every year for. It is supposed to fully reimburse our MPD for its work in connection with the federal presence, whether it's demonstrations or escorts for the.
I get it. There's a protest down here every week, every couple of days. Yes. So I compliment you on your ability to try to deal with that. And that's not D.C.'s problem. That's the country, because this is the place we come to exercise our First Amendment rights to petition our government. So that's a lot of your problem, is the fact that you are our nation's capital, and this is where we come to complain, right? We complain to our federal government, and you have to deal with that. Attorney General Schwab, are you familiar with the Posse Comitatus Act?
I am, sir.
Your mic is not on.
Yes, the Posse Comitatus Act is a law, long-standing law in our country that makes clear that in our country, military are not engaged in policing American citizens on American soil.
Absolutely, but isn't that what President Trump is doing right now, bringing in the military to police the civilian population in this district? That's exactly what he's doing. Is that your view as well?
Well, sir, I filed a lawsuit that involves that very issue in terms of the legality.
I read that. That's why I asked you the question.
And so while a lawsuit is pending, I'm not going to talk about the specifics of the lawsuit or the merits of it, but I am very concerned about the law of our country being followed, especially when it puts the district and district residents in harm's way.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, so now we have armed military on the streets here in D.C. because they cut your budget so you can't hire more police, and also to recruit more police officers. That's suffering as well. And yet I see that not only is the military being politicized, coming in here and supporting one president's agenda, but they're also suffering the humiliation of having to go pick up trash and do landscaping and spreading mulch, things like that. That is not what we ask of our sons and daughters when they put on that uniform. We should treat them with more respect than this president is treating them right now. Madam Mayor, how many additional police officers do you think you could hire with that $1.1 billion that was cut from your budget?
Well, we think we can safely hire up to 300 officers per year. We know that we can add to our recruitment bonuses. We know that we can invest in the types of things that young officers want, like take-home patrol cars, like updated training facilities, and improved district headquarters.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Dr. Foxx from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Bowser, I'm going to ask you a simple question based on the question you were just asked. Do you commit to use all that money to hire law enforcement people?
We commit to using it for law where it was cut primarily. We have
no. I just need to know yes or no. Will you? Because you're making a big deal about wanting that money for law enforcement. Would you use it for law enforcement? Yes or no?
No, well, Congressman, we want the money because it was approved by this Congress and it's our money.
Thank you.
We want it for law enforcement.
I take that as a no.
We want it for fire and EMS.
Mayor Bowser,
we want
I'm going to change the way I'm asking you questions. Mayor Bowser, it's my time. It's my time.
There'll be order in here. Let Dr. Foxx has the time. Let Dr. Foxx proceed, Dr. Foxx.
Mayor Bowser, do you agree that a key part of reducing juvenile crime is by improving education outcomes for students in Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
Good. So you believe that education is important for reducing juvenile crime. Do you also agree that the D.C. Opportunity Scholarship Program, or D.C. OSP, which expands educational opportunities for low-income families, plays a part of helping us reach that goal?
We have a system of choice here that includes opportunity scholarships, public charter schools, and traditional public schools.
Yes, ma'am.
All three.
I'm quite familiar with that.
Yep.
So we know students in the D.C. OSP can receive a high-quality education while they may be otherwise left behind in the horribly underperforming schools in D.C. This program provides real school choices for families, been repeatedly studied and evaluated. The results show that participants in the program thrive and see higher rates of high school graduation and the pursuit of higher education. Mayor Bowser, given the recent spike in juvenile crime in the city, I hope we can agree it's more important now than ever that school children have pathways to succeed and learn in safe, high-performing schools. What is your administration doing to ensure students have access to alternative education programs, including the D.C. OSP, to keep them engaged and on track?
Well, we have been very supportive of the SOAR Act, and we encourage this Congress to continue to support SOAR, where we invest in all sectors, including the Opportunity Scholarship Fund. We're also very proud that when we look back over 15 years in our investments in school reform with mayoral control of the schools and council oversight of the schools, we've seen enrollment in our schools nearly reach 100,000. We've seen achievement outpace our peer schools across the nation, and our children have rebounded from COVID learning loss faster than most.
Thank you.
And our residents are responding.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, I just was going to add that our residents are responding by sending their children to their neighborhood schools. And that is a marker of success.
Thank you. Chairman Mendelson, given that better educational opportunities are strongly correlated with reductions in juvenile crime, what immediate steps is the City Council taking to ensure that D.C. youth have the best educational opportunities and are not left behind in failing schools?
Well, Congresswoman, thank you for that question. The council has actually taken a number of steps to ensure that funding is not cut to our local schools, that the individual schools in DCPS and in the charter schools are fully funded. We have been very aggressive about assuring that. But I want to note that the legislation that was passed would have the effect of cutting DCPS by $17.5 million a year. That is hurting kids, hurting 50,000 kids in our DCPS system because they will get $17.5 million less, and that is substantial.
Thank you. A.G. Schwab, what evidence does your office have that designated juvenile curfew zones have successfully reduced incidents of teenagers roaming or causing disturbances in residential neighborhoods, and how are those results measured?
We have seen, and I support the chief's use of curfew with respect to juveniles. The way the curfew has been used here in the district is a tool for the MPD to ask young people to disperse if there are large groups of them. That has been largely successful. If youth have not dispersed in response to the MPD request, MPD will occasionally pick those youth up and bring them to what's called our Youth Services Center, where their parents are called and they're brought home. We have not seen an increase in prosecution related to curfew, but we know anecdotally that the curfew, at least as a short-term measure, has been effective in dispersing large crowds of young people.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask for unanimous consent.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record a article from Foxx News entitled "Laboratories of Democracy: Washington, D.C. showed how to do universal pre-K right. D.C. offers free pre-K for toddlers. The ripple effects have helped K through 12 schools." This is the first city in the United States to have universal pre-K in the country.
Chair recognizes
they
Mr.
are
Kristamorte.
innovating and leading the
Ms.
way.
Stansbury, no tryouts for MSNBC. Chair recognizes, and before I recognize Mr. Kristamorte, if I may, that $1 billion is restored in the continuing resolution that we're going to vote on tomorrow.
It hasn't been taken up. The Senate took it up a long time ago, and this House has
I've been
refused to take that
proponent
up.
for that. And
So let's not
I've
talk about what we're going to do. Let's talk about what we've done.
Well, are you going to vote for the CR, Mr. Lynch? Are the Democrats going to vote for the CR that restores that $1 billion funded one?
I haven't read it yet.
Okay.
Let me know what it says.
All right, we'll send you the text. Chair recognizes Mr. Kristamorte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Though we're here today to discuss President Trump's takeover of D.C. law enforcement, Chicago, which I represent, is also on Trump's hit list. President Trump has demonized and called Chicago a, quote, hellhole. Attorney General Schwab, in August, the president called D.C. a hellhole as well, right?
Yes, he did.
He also said, quote, Chicago is the murder capital of the world. And just yesterday, he called Chicago, quote, a death trap. I have here a list of states that, based on FBI data, have the highest number of violent crimes per capita. 4 of the top 5 states on this list are run by Republicans. And if you're talking about total murders in absolute terms, it turns out Texas is number 1. In this particular list here, Illinois is number 29. Now, Attorney General, you see Alaska tops this list. To your knowledge, the president hasn't called Alaska a hellhole, right?
I have not heard that.
And Arkansas is number 4 here. He didn't call Arkansas a hellhole, correct?
I have not heard that.
And you haven't heard the president talk about deploying the National Guard in Texas, correct?
I have not.
Folks, this isn't about crime. It's about politics. Just this week, Trump said, quote, I'm going to Chicago early against Pritzker. Pritzker is nothing. That's not how a president should be talking about any governor or any state. I'd like to talk about the National Guard deployment here in D.C. and the cost of it. Now, Mr. Jackson, as you said, I believe that the D.C. deployment is going to cost over $200 million, correct?
Correct. That's a projection.
Let's see how this money is being used. Trump says it's for fighting crime. But here's a guardsman carrying trash. Here's a guardsman mowing the lawn. Here's a very nice gentleman, a guardsman carrying a leaf blower. Honorable work, certainly, but this is not why the taxpayers fund the National Guard. If Trump was serious about crime, he wouldn't cut nearly $4 million in federal funding for local violence prevention groups in Chicago. Attorney General, you'd agree the president should be funding these crime prevention programs, not cutting them, right?
As I said in my testimony, sir, prosecution and prevention are both essential to making sure cities are safe, and we have to do both. Crime intervention work, violence intervention work has been successful here in the District of Columbia in terms
You shouldn't be cutting that
of
work,
driving
right?
gun violence down. We need to invest in it.
Not cut it, right?
Correct.
This week, I want to turn to another topic. In Elgin, a Chicago suburb in my district, an American citizen was pulled from his home, cuffed, and detained by ICE. And another U.S. citizen in Des Plaines, also in my district, was tased in the face and detained in another ICE operation. This is shameful, and I'm extremely concerned about the safety and well-being of my constituents. I'm also concerned about the devastating impact that out-of-control ICE raids and the deployment of the National Guard will have on the economy and jobs back in the Chicago area. Let's look at a couple stats. Foot traffic for Chicago's second most profitable business corridor on 26th Street is down 60% since ICE raids began. And this is not just a hypothetical concern that the same would happen with the deployment of National Guard. Let's look at what's happened to D.C.'s economy. Mr. Schwab, CNN has reported restaurant reservations decreased by as much as 31%, and foot traffic in retail stores is down 81%. Those reports show that the president's unilateral deployment of the Guard is hurting the local economy, right?
That's consistent.
Folks, our economy is softening. Unemployment and prices for necessities like vegetables are soaring. Mr. President, let's put aside politics and hostility toward governors and elected officials. Let's not take actions that hurt families and the economy. I'd like to turn to my final topic, and that's domestic violence. Attorney General Schwab, according to The Hill, President Trump suggested that, quote, a little fight with the wife shouldn't count in D.C. crime stats. You don't dispute The Hill reported this, right?
I saw that.
But there's nothing little about 12,000 victims of domestic violence in D.C., or nothing little about 50,000 Illinoisans experiencing domestic violence, correct?
No, it's a very serious crime.
There's nothing little about 12,000 children, more than 12,000 children who witnessed domestic violence in Chicago either, right?
It's traumatizing.
It's abhorrent that the president routinely dismisses violence faced by women. And given his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, this attitude, unfortunately, comes as no surprise. Let's be clear. There's nothing little about domestic violence, not the scale of the problem or the courage of the survivors. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. On August 11th, 2025, the day the president took action here in D.C., Councilman Allen said this: the president taking over local control of the MPD and putting the U.S. military onto the streets of D.C. under the guise of public safety is wrong. It's an extreme, outrageous, and dangerous move for our city and the safety of our residents. Do you agree with that statement by Councilmember Allen, Attorney General Schwab?
I do believe that the presence of thousands of armed troops in the district has been a problem and counterproductive for public safety in the district.
Counterproductive, dangerous. He said the second sentence, dangerous move for our city and the safety of our residents. How is 85% reduction in carjackings dangerous for the city, for the city's residents?
I don't believe that.
Chairman Mendelson, do you believe that do you agree with Mr. Councilman Allen's statement?
Well, if the question is about the National Guard reducing carjackings, I don't think the National Guard was involved in reducing carjackings.
I'm asking about this statement. Do you agree with Councilman Allen's statement?
Could you repeat the statement again?
President taking over local control of the MPD and the U.S. military on the streets of D.C. under the guise of public safety is wrong. It's dangerous, outrageous, and extreme move for our city and the safety of our residents.
If you'll recall, at the time that he said that, the order from the
He said that the day it happened.
Yes, the order from the Attorney General was that all orders within MPD would have to be approved by...
How about you, Mayor? Do you agree with the councilman's statement?
But would have to be approved by the DEA.
I
know, but I didn't finish my sentence.
Well, I'm
has to be approved by the DEA.
Mayor
That's
Bowser, do you
complete
agree?
disorganization.
The mayor.
Mr. Jordan, I think this statement is not what happened, actually. So the Home Rule Charter allows the president to make requests of MPD through the mayor. It does not allow the president to take over MPD, which at no time happened.
Well, I'll just point out that it seems to me you disagree, because you said just 2 weeks ago, we greatly appreciate the surge of officers that enhance what MPD has been able to do with the city. We know that when carjackings go down, when gun use goes down, when homicide or robbery go down, neighborhoods feel safer. So it's like Councilman Allen doesn't know what he's talking about. Looks like you definitely disagree with him.
We, having more officers enhance the effectiveness of MPD allowed us to accelerate crime reduction.
Representative Higgins. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentleman from Ohio. We are constantly at odds with the leadership of D.C. as a body, Congress, from the Republican side of the aisle, because there's a fundamental difference between the ideological perspective of the elected officials of D.C. and the majority of Americans across the country. And this is their nation's capital. And we can admit that. It's okay to have ideological variances. The city of D.C. plays a special role, and it's our nation's capital. So there needn't be this level of friction when we're discussing variances of political and social opinion that exist within our own family. But this battle about the authority of Congress within our nation's capital and over our nation's capital that doesn't have to be a fight. The Congress shall have the power to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district. The indispensable necessity of complete authority at the seat of government carries its own evidence with it. This is baked into the birth of our country. And I have respect for the process that has elected you, good lady, and you, gentlemen. And I very much respect you, Sir Mr. Jackson, of everybody here. You're plugged into the reality of the street. And I would like to talk to you further about some of the programs that you embrace. That's a different conversation. That's not elected guys with scripted answers scrubbed by attorneys. You're for real, and I'd like to talk to you more. I was happy to yield much of my time to the gentleman from Ohio. And, Mr. Chairman, thank you for convening this hearing, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Chair, I request unanimous consent.
Okay.
I request unanimous consent to enter into the record this August 22nd, 2025 article from CNN titled "GOP Governors Are Sending Troops to D.C. Their states have 10 cities with higher crime rates," which shows the blatant hypocrisy of the GOP when their states have higher crime rates.
Without objection,
DC,
so ordered.
And yet choose to pretend.
Chair recognizes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and the Vice Chair for convening us, the ranking member, I should say. Madam Mayor, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
And you have a very tough job, and it goes without saying that the 800-pound gorilla in this room is a realization that you're fighting with one hand tied behind your back, and you're strapped in as a result of policies and rulings and law that prevent you in many instances from being the mayor that you want to be every day without being constrained. So I just want to say that on the record. It's easy for a lot of people to point fingers, but until you sat in that seat and had to make those decisions, it's very difficult. And one of your arms have been tied behind your back. Let's make no mistake about that. I want to thank all of you who are here, but one thing that I want to do is to go back and underscore the comments of Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton. I brought this up at the last meeting that we had here on the District of Columbia, and that is the fact that at the end of the day, so much of this can be traced back to the imposition of policy on a governed people without their participation. Let me repeat that. The imposition of policy without participation by the citizens, the Americans. It's just as it was with the Boston Tea Party, comes down to taxation without representation. When you can't even fight for yourself, stand for yourself, vote for yourself, that's wrong. That's wrong. In 1973, let's get some of this on the record so that we have some perspective. D.C. got the Home Rule Act, and you were able to elect your first mayor and your first city council. And Walter Washington transitioned from his previous position to be that first elected mayor. In 1978, some of you will remember that full congressional representation was in the form of an amendment, and that amendment failed because you couldn't get, not you, the district, but the nation couldn't get the requisite number of states to ratify it. In 1982, voters here in the District of Columbia voted to approve a constitution for a new state. Some of you will recall that was called the New Columbia. And yet it was ignored by this Congress over and over and over again. Marion Barry came up here on this hill so many times to make the argument for the people of Washington that fairness has to be fair. It just can't be proportioned out when we feel like it. In 1990, Congressman Walter Fauntroy, myself, Marion, Jesse Jackson, and so many others put together freedom train rides from D.C. to New England, making a stop in each city along the way, making the case for statehood, and urging Americans up and down the coast to support it. In 1993, I was proud, along with your current delegate, to vote for the first D.C. statehood bill here in the Congress. And let me just point out one thing. Not one Republican voted for that bill. And that bill went down. It went down after a great deal of fight by a vote of 153 to 277. 2016, D.C. voters voted to approve a statehood referendum. The people voted 86% to approve that. This Congress ignored it. In 2020, the 116th Congress, H.R. 51 became the next statehood bill. It was defeated. And the following year, in the 117th Congress, we came back with the same bill. It was defeated again without any votes or representation from the other side. So at some point in time, you have to ask yourself, if this is so partisan, what is the issue? Now, some people argue the issue is racial. I know I shouldn't say that, but I'm going to say it because people feel that way. They think that if this was any other population, majority population, that this would not be taking place. We all know that it's partisan, even though some people will say it's not partisan, because the district tends to vote Democratic. So let's not play games here. Let's be honest and true. And if we are true about making sure that Americans, no matter where they are, but especially here in this district, have rights that others don't have. Stop treating the District of Columbia like a donor state. They donate their taxes, they donate their military officers, they donate their brain trusts, and they give of themselves. And at some point in time, we as a body have to give back. Taxation without representation is as wrong today as it was when the Boston Tea Party exploded over the same issue.
Thank you.
Gentlemen's time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Mfume. Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, all of the witnesses, for coming in today. Attorney General Schwab, do you remember the case State of Maryland and District of Columbia versus Engage Armament, LC, et cetera?
I do.
And in that case, just for anybody who's not aware of it, the district joined Maryland and sued 3 Maryland firearm retailers for allegedly making straw purchases. In your lawsuit, you engaged 2 outside counsel One firm, I think it's called Every Town Law, and another was Perkins Coie. Do you remember that?
I do.
And how much did you pay Perkins Coie, and how much did you pay Every Town Lawsuit?
Both of those outside firms are on a pro bono basis, so no money has been paid to them.
You didn't pay him anything. Okay. You know, you filed that lawsuit was baseless, right? You'd agree with that now after you've read the verdict of the district court, and I'm going to go through that with you pretty clearly.
Well, Mr. Biggs, as you know, that case has been dismissed and is on appeal, and given the fact
Right.
that it is still part of active litigation,
You don't want to talk about it. I don't blame you.
I'm not going to talk about the merits while it's in active litigation.
Right. I don't blame you for not wanting to talk about it, because I go through here and at least 10 times the judge said there's absolutely no basis. There's no factual basis for bringing that lawsuit. So that's pretty damning. And not only that, under Maryland law, and basically Arizona's the same way. Most cases is every bit of deference is going to be given to a party who's defending against a motion to dismiss or motion for summary judgment, right? I mean, that's normal. That's Maryland law, right?
Yes, that's the standard.
Yeah. And in this particular case, the judge made some very interesting comments. This is what he said. Ordinarily, leave to amend in Maryland is freely granted, particularly when a case is in an early stage, unless leave to amend would be futile or inappropriate for other reasons. This case presents such an occasion to deny the request, close quote. I don't know, I used to practice, I used to do a lot of trial work. I don't remember ever seeing something like that. That's pretty damning stuff from the court. And then it goes on, the judge goes on to say, at bottom, in the court's view, the plaintiffs hope to use the discovery process in order to construct a case. And the court correctly notes, through that discovery, the plaintiff wants to find sufficient facts to state a viable claim for relief. But right then, in the complaint, failed to state any claim for relief. And so, the question that's begged here is, why wasn't a Rule 11 sanction brought against you and the other plaintiffs' attorneys? Was a Rule 11 sanction brought?
No, sir, and while we obviously disagree with that ruling, we are pursuing an appeal as the rules allow us to do, and I'm confident that we'll get it turned around at the Court of Appeals.
Yeah, of course, you were confident you were going to win the case when you didn't have jack squat, but you went after 3 FFLs because you had a political agenda. There were no sanctions. Did you have to pay attorney's fees or costs? Were any of those ordered? I didn't see them ordered in here. I assume they weren't ordered.
There were no sanctions. There were no costs. The important thing is we were working as hard as we can in this city to keep illegal guns out.
No, the important thing is,
and
listen to me for a second. Listen to me for a second. The important thing, Mr. Attorney General Schwab, the important thing was that you were using your office to abuse gun FFLs because you don't like them, and that's the deal. Because as the judge said, you basically didn't have a case whatsoever. But you decided to use your power and your authority and make the process the punishment. That's what you chose to do. That's what you chose to do, and there's no question before you.
That is not true, sir.
That's exactly what this says. And that's a shame, because that's an abuse of power right there. And so you come in here, sit here, and tell us all this righteousness about power. But I'm telling you, when you're using the process itself to go after political opponents, which is exactly what you're doing. This is a philosophical issue that you have, and you used them, and you used 2 firms that you know and I know that that's their motive. The law firm, every state, that is their job. That's what they want to do. They solicit funds to go out there and sue FFLs because they don't want the Second Amendment to even exist. Read their statements. And you joined with them. Mayor Bowser, it's good to see you again. I know you do have a tough job. I'm the first to admit it.
Thank you.
But it's good to see you again.
Thank you.
And I'm out of time, so I can't ask any questions. But I do have some things I want to, Mr. Chairman, I have some UCs.
Yes, proceed.
First of all, I wanted to introduce the memorandum decision and order from the case State of Maryland, D.C. versus Engage Armament et al.
Without objection, so ordered.
The letter from the committee to the Honorable Brian L. Schwab dated June 11, 2025.
Without objection, so ordered.
Which we're still waiting for answers for. This one, Mayor Muriel Bowser says Trump's surge of federal law enforcement has lowered crime in D.C.
Without objection, so ordered.
Trump's D.C. crime crackdown busts another alleged Tren de Aragua gang member. Make D.C. safe again.
Without objection, so ordered.
This one, Trump's executive orders target D.C. crime as the city hits 12 days without a homicide.
Without objection, so ordered.
This one is radical D.C. officials treated officers like crap, police leader says.
Without objection, so ordered.
Murdered congressional intern's mom says Trump should take over Washington, D.C.
Without objection, so ordered.
Yes, prosecuting and arresting criminals would have immediate impact on D.C.'s crime.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. So we want to talk about abuse of power, huh? Well, let me start here. President Trump's only expertise on crime is committing it, not preventing it.
remove them?
Yes.
And you would be in favor of that? Do you think that crime would increase once again?
Ms. Bobar, I put in place a mayor's order that is a framework for how DC government will work with our federal partners.
Yes, ma'am.
And they include the FBI, the DEA, the ATF, U.S.
Sorry, my time
Capitol
is short.
Police,
I don't mean to step over you.
as well as the United States Secret Service.
I want to keep this respectful with you, and I don't mean to step over you. One more question, Mayor Bowser. Is cracking down on crime racist, as many of your Democrat colleagues have suggested?
Our police department
Yes
has
or no,
been...
is it racist, ma'am?
Not in D.C.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairman Mendelson, you believe that cracking down on crime is racist, correct? No? Is that not what you said? You said bringing in large numbers of federal or National Guard troops can escalate tensions, particularly in minority neighborhoods. You also stated that federal deployments can disrupt daily life, disproportionately affect minority communities, and exacerbate racial tensions. So,
are you asking about the National Guard or law enforcement?
I said federal or National Guard troops.
I do.
And we've seen police presence decrease under this council, and funding be redirected. So I really don't care to hear how pro-police you are, because I've seen those numbers decrease over the years and funding be stripped. And so with the National Guard,
we have not stripped funding in 4 years.
It has happened, and crime has increased.
What has happened in 4 years is that we've not been reimbursed $83 million by the federal government for police.
These things, and you said that they can exacerbate racial tensions. So is it racist to bring in...
Militarization is oppressive
to
neighborhoods.
Chairman?
No.
No. Okay, so are you redacting your statement and your position?
Militarization is a problem. I did not say that was racist, but it is a problem.
Mr. Chairman, you said that it increases racist tensions. So I would say that you are characterizing that as racist, bringing them in. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
Thank the lady from Colorado. Chair recognizes Mr. Min from California.
Sorry, I have a unanimous consent request, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record this May 16th, 2024 article from the Washington Post titled, "A Congressman Spared Prison as a Teen Tells D.C. to Be Tough on Youth," which covers the story of a sitting congressman who used a pretrial diversion program to avoid jail time for
Mr. Chairman,
with intent to distribute and had a bribery charge.
Mr. Chairman, the title's been read.
And yet that is
Mr. Chairman, the title's been read. We're not reading the entire document.
Mr. Chairman, all you have to do is say the title and the publisher. So without objection.
Mr. Chairman, and since the gentlelady is referring to me, I wonder if she would like to debate the actual topic. I'm more than prepared to debate the topic. I've been doing it my entire life.
Do you want to?
You voted illegally your entire life?
Would the lady yield the gentleman from Florida?
No, it's not a debate. It's an article that obviously you admit is about you, about how you were spared prison as a teen and now want to not allow other young people.
For the gentlelady, let's be very clear. The article is wrong. The article is wrong, and I'm on the record stating that repeatedly. I've never been proud of what happened when I was 18 years old or 20 years old. I was wrong, and under the laws of the state of Florida, I was held accountable for that as an adult. So let's be very clear about what was written in that article, which is wrong. That does not coincide with the language that I passed off the House floor the other day. If you want to read articles and put them in the record, let's be clear about what they are. And since I'm the only subject matter expert on that article, I would like to set the record straight right now. Thank you.
All right.
I'm requesting equal time. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Was the article about you, Ms. Crockett?
It was not about me.
Okay, Chair recognizes Mr. Min.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to take on all comments. So I entertain
If somebody tries to put an article in about you, and I've read a few,
I'm sure y'all want to talk about my private school, honey.
If somebody does, you can defend yourself. Mr. Min.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I want to be clear, though, this committee continues to fail to conduct oversight on the most important issues that my constituents care about, whether it's the allegations of chronic and extreme law-breaking by ICE, the politicization of the DOJ, FCC, and other executive branch offices to go after Trump's critics, the repeated attacks on Congress's Article I authorities, including the illegal taxation of goods imported into the United States, tariffs, or the illegal withholding of funds appropriated by Congress, aka impoundments, and on and on and on. And incredibly, virtually the entire Republican caucus has refused to sign the discharge petition to release the entire Epstein files. Earlier this year, GOP leadership recessed early, hoping that the Massey Kana discharge petition would fade away. But that is not going to happen. We're going to keep fighting. We're now one vote shy of the 218
Would the gentleman
needed.
yield to a question from
Four
the chairman?
Republicans, including 3 on this committee, have been brave enough to sign that petition.
Would the gentleman
Meanwhile,
yield
the
a
rest of the
question?
conference continues to stay silent.
Would you yield to a question from me?
Absolutely.
Are you not keeping up with the oversight committee? We have requested more information than the discharge petition, and I think you're trying to create a false narrative that this committee's not doing anything or Republicans not doing anything. This committee's been very aggressive.
I applaud the work that the committee is doing, but it is proceeding piecemeal, and the discharge petition, as I understand it, would require the entire release of the Epstein files. They're not inconsistent with each other, and I think
then it has to go to the Senate.
Respectfully, to
You want us to
consider
just wait? You just want us to just drop everything in the Epstein and
I don't
wait
understand
for the
why
Senate?
the Oversight Committee can't do oversight while also signing on to the discharge petition. Because we are asking for piecemeal items from the FBI and DOJ. We are not asking, as I understand it,
We've asked for everything. We've asked for everything. Now, I'll yield back to your time.
And if I could have a little more time, I'd appreciate it. I urge my colleagues to fulfill our constitutional responsibilities and to do right by the survivors and sign on to that. And respectfully, Mr. Chair, I would urge you to consider that as well. But I want to turn to today's hearing because I believe this is largely political theater meant to distract us from the fact that Donald Trump is illegally deploying thousands of military troops in the streets of Washington, D.C., following on his illegal deployment of military personnel in Los Angeles. And now he's threatening to deploy the military in cities like Chicago, New York, and Portland over the objections of the local mayors and governors. Now, as a reminder, state governors have broad latitude to call up their National Guard, but the president's authority is very limited, and it is limited under Title 10 authority, which is expressly limited to 3 circumstances. 1, when the United States is invaded or in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. 2, there's a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. Or 3, the president is unable with regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. So I want to ask you all to raise your hands if you agree with the following question. Do you believe the United States is being invaded? I want to know for the record there are no hands raised. Do you believe there's a rebellion happening?
No.
Again, no hands raised. Do you believe the president is unable to execute the laws of the United States without the National Guard?
No.
No hands raised. That's right. Donald Trump, ironically, is using a trumped-up crisis over crime to break the law.
Will the gentleman yield?
No. In January
You didn't ask
2024,
us
a
this
group
last
called
year.
United to Protect Democracy published a report entitled The Authoritarian Playbook for 2025, which warned explicitly that if Trump were elected, he would likely follow the same playbook used by authoritarians like Vladimir Putin in Russia, Recep Erdogan in Turkey, Viktor Orban in Hungary, and others. It outlines a number of actions they expected President Trump to take during his second term. So I want you to raise your hand if you think the Trump administration is doing the following. Issuing pardons to licensed lawbreaking.
Yes.
Raise your hands if you agree with that. Directing investigations against critics and rivals.
Yes.
Regulatory retaliation.
Yes.
Federal law enforcement overreach.
Yes.
Domestic deployment of the military.
Yes.
It probably won't surprise you to know that as this is exactly what these authors predicted Trump would take as far as actions if he were elected to second term. But one ironclad rule that is still potentially being forced is the Posse Comitatus Act, which clearly prohibits the use of military personnel, including the National Guard, for law enforcement activities unless specifically authorized by Congress, such as with the Insurrection Act. Now, I've actually asked a lot of the National Guardsmen here that I've run into on the streets whether they're allowed to assist with law enforcement, and they've consistently told me that the answer is no. I asked a guardsman just earlier today what would happen if he saw crime happening right in front of him. He said he could take pictures, videos, he could call the cops, but he is not allowed to engage. So I'm really appreciative of those who serve in our National Guard, and I'm really, really appreciative that unlike Donald Trump, they are following the law. But this is also just massively wasteful and disrespectful to our National Guardsmen who have been pulled from their families, their jobs, and their communities, all to essentially serve as human scarecrows, or even worse, to clean up our streets and do our landscaping. Yeah. This is not what our Guardsmen were trained to do. It's not what they are signing up to do. It's also massively expensive. President Trump's deployment of the National Guard and Marines to Los Angeles cost over $120 million. The D.C. National Guard's deployment of 958 Guardsmen will cost over $200 million. And while we don't know yet what the deployment of the 1,300 plus other Guardsmen sent from other states will cost, it's likely to be much higher because we're paying for their lodging as well. So basically, we're looking at a deployment cost of over $500 million. For this D.C. deployment, which is doing nothing to stop crime. You could hire thousands of cops with that money. So, Mayor Bowser, I want to ask you a question. What would be more effective in deterring and preventing crime? Deploying over 2,000 National Guardsmen at a cost of hundreds of millions of dollars, or sending that money to D.C. for additional law enforcement and crime prevention programs?
And the gentleman's time's expired, but the mayor can answer the question.
I think you took up about a minute of my time, though, sir.
No, we stopped the clock. I watched.
No, you didn't, actually.
We stopped it.
It didn't stop.
Yeah, we stopped it.
I would say sending the money to D.C., restoring our 2025 approved budget as a start would also help. Additionally, we can do more than law enforcement. We can also assist the federal government with their parks.
I appreciate that answer, and I would just close by saying this. If Trump were serious about stopping crime, he would send greater resources to local law enforcement and try to tackle the root causes. Instead, he's illegally sending troops into our cities, even as he's pardoning criminals, defunding the FBI, and reallocating our scarce federal resources to going after nonviolent offenders. This makes, like day laborers, children, this is making our communities more dangerous, not more safe.
Chair recognizes Florida's favorite son, Mr. Donalds.
And I'd like to, with unanimous consent, introduce this article titled...
I've already recognized Mr. Donalds. You can do it in a minute. Mr. Donalds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been a very interesting hearing for a myriad of reasons. Mayor Bowser, thanks for being here with us. I do appreciate you taking the time today. It was said earlier that in 1973, Congress did pass the D.C. Home Rule Act. It is known on Capitol Hill, is known, quite frankly, through our entire constitutional republic, that any Congress cannot bind a future Congress. Just like at the state level, a legislature cannot bind a future legislature. That something that is enacted can be modified or undone in the future. I was able to have a conversation with a lot of the people from the Free DC organization. Some of them might still be in the room today. And that was the constant point that we came back to. That yes, under the law passed in 1973, your position was created, the DC City Council's position was created, but the ultimate authority for the federal district is still the United States Congress, and with the signature of the President of the United States. Would you agree with that assessment?
I would agree. And I would also add it's within the power of this Congress to advance the D.C. statehood bill. By simple majority, this Congress can, like it has done for every state in the union outside of the first 13, admit D.C. as a state.
I'm glad you actually brought that up, because one of the reasons why I opposed the D.C. statehood bill is because the Constitution and the framers were actually quite clear that they did not want the federal district per se to be leveraged by a state or any state. And I think I had conversations with several residents of D.C. who were walking through the halls of Capitol Hill when then Speaker Pelosi was bringing that up. And I asked them two very important questions. If you want to have representation, why don't we allow that property to be re-annexed by the state of Maryland, which actually provided the land for the federal district to be created? Or would the citizens of the District of Columbia prefer not to be subject to federal income taxes as a result of them not having, quote unquote, representation? What's your thought on that?
I do think it's time to talk about what the district pays and what we get back. I do think it's time to have that conversation.
And that's a fair conversation to have. I got a couple questions for you. Let's get to the business of the matter. Since President Trump authorized the National Guard to be in D.C., how much has crime decreased in the District of Columbia?
I think it's important, and I've noticed that this has happened throughout this conversation, that you talk about the National Guard and you don't talk about federal law enforcement. And the federal surge consisted of federal law enforcement, which MPD works with all the time. I'm talking about the FBI, the DEA.
Mayor Bowser, I'm really not trying to disrespect you, but how much has crime decreased?
Oh, I mentioned already and let me look. at my numbers, that the federal surge produced a 39% decrease in violent crime.
39% decrease in violent
and that's
crime
on
in
top,
the nation's capital.
Let me just add, that's on top of the 26% decrease that we were already experiencing.
So it seems that the president's surge was more effective than your own efforts. Wouldn't you say?
It
Last time I
accelerated.
checked, 39% is way higher than 26%. But let me move on.
But the full statistic is a little different.
Chairman Mendelson, I didn't ask you a question.
I know,
Relax,
but the
hang
full
on.
statistic is a little different.
Actually, Chairman, let me ask you this question. Because you butted in, now let me ask you.
Sure.
What is the current status of the Metropolitan Police Department in terms of staffing? How many officers do you have on the beat?
I believe it's less than 3,100.
Okay. Is the MPD fully staffed?
In my view, no.
Question. Hold that point. Here's the question. So is a surge of federal law enforcement into the federal enclave, which the mayor has acknowledged is the primary responsibility of the federal government, isn't it simple logic to say that the president's surge has been helpful to safety and security in the District of Columbia, Chairman?
The additional law enforcement resources has been good. We work with those different agencies all the time. There was more of it, more of a good thing. National Guard is separate, ICE is separate.
Question for you, Chairman. You just said you said something I want to expound. You've been working with the federal government during this surge
and before
that was brought by President Trump and before. So you've been working with him through this entire time.
With the federal, like DEA, FBI, MPS Park Police.
Mayor Bowser, you would concur that you guys have been working with the President of the United States throughout this entire period, correct?
Mr. Donalds, you know I work with every president.
I know, but I'm trying to
Trump,
establish a baseline.
In Trump 1 and in Trump 2.
And I thank you for that, Mayor Bowser.
That is our job. As do all of we all stand ready to work with we're unique. The District of Columbia is unique in that we're always going to have a relationship.
Mayor Bowser, I'm out of time, so I got to reclaim.
Sorry.
I apologize.
Yep.
I agree, Mayor Bowser.
Yes.
The district is unique. The district is not like any other city in the United States. It is the federal enclave. I commend you and your team for working with the President of the United States to keep the district safe. I really do. I think it's important for a lot of people who are saying that they're upset with the president, that your own mayor and your own chairman of the city council has acknowledged that crime has gone down while working with the president. Let's work together. Let's give peace a chance. I yield back.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Donald. Mr. Mann, I'll recognize you now for your...
I ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record an article from the USA Today entitled DC National Guard Deployment to Cost $200 million, as soldiers pick up trash, blow leaves.
Without objection to order.
Mr. Chairman, I actually have a point of personal privilege.
Yes, state your point.
It was raised earlier in an article about me, so let's just get to it.
I thought we did this already.
No, well, we're doing it again because your name was not raised, so now we get to do it twice. Thank you.
No.
He's being recognized for a point of privilege.
It's a point of personal privilege.
We're going to need
Thank
one
you very
too.
much. I don't think it's really personal for you, madam. Let's be clear about a couple of things. Yes, when I was 18 and 20, I was arrested twice. I made a lot of mistakes when I was young. I've admitted them. I've had to live with them my entire life. Every day since the age of 21, I've had to purpose myself to be a better man than I was the day before. That is something that was afforded to me by the laws of the state of Florida. And I'm grateful for that opportunity. And now I'm here in the nation's capital doing my job. In Florida, when I got into my trouble, I was not tried as a juvenile. I was tried as an adult because I was an adult. And since that point in time, I have worked, whether it's at the state level or here at the federal level, to make sure that our criminal justice policies and systems actually make sense, and they are built to secure and protect the citizens that we all serve. That's a mission I've been on ever since.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'm not going to yield because it's a personal point of privilege. It's not for you.
I just wanted to clarify something.
For the record, I wanted to make that point be clear. Yes, I'm the author of the DC Crimes Act. Yes, I believe that adults over the age of 18
Mr.
should be held
Chairman,
accountable as
this is not a campaign ad
So,
for the gentleman's governorship.
this is not a campaign ad. I'm stating it for the record because it was raised by the gentle lady. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. I know you're a freshman member of the House, and I've never had a chance to meet you, but it was raised, so I wanted to provide a response because my name was brought up in an article submitted for the record. I think
Point
I'm
of
done
information.
now. I yield.
Point of information.
State your point.
The gentleman from Florida just referenced the bill that he authored, and I just want to clarify, is the chair aware as to whether or not under current DC law, it allows the Attorney General...
That's not a point of information.
Okay, well, it's a question.
Well,
Point of inquiry.
we can talk about it later.
We'll do an inquiry. I am trying to clarify.
It's not a parliamentary inquiry. All right, Chair recognizes Ms. Ansari.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to say, but we all know why you've called this hearing. This is one more attempt to cover for the Trump White House, which is itself engaged in a massive, massive cover-up to shield the president and his allies from accountability. No one is fooled as to why suddenly the President of the United States is declaring emergencies in cities across the country and deploying armed troops against American citizens, despite the fact that crime rates, at least in the District of Columbia, are at a 30-year low. This is very obviously a blatant and egregious attempt to redirect attention from a very real and ongoing crime. The crime which is the massive and epic cover-up for Jeffrey Epstein's abuse and that of other rich and powerful men who engaged with and supported him over the course of decades. Some of those very men are in the White House right now. Donald Trump wants so badly for the Epstein story to go away. Trump sued the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion for reporting about this letter. Not surprising, as we are seeing what's happening now with the alarming authoritarian attacks on the free press. This was one of many examples, but he claimed this letter didn't exist. Here it is. This grotesque, disgusting, misogynistic letter, which Donald Trump sent to Jeffrey Epstein. He probably laughed. He probably thought this was hilarious, laughing about the abuse of literally thousands of underage girls at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and his powerful rich friends, and then lying about it repeatedly to this day. Why? Why lie about it?